All right, folks, welcome back. Finally getting back into the stream. We've got the new cameras all set up. That took a while. So we can see some of them are active. I did move a couple of cameras around, and we still have some to tweak yet. Camera 1 and 2. The across the keyboard and side table 1 still do need some work for field of view, but otherwise we should be able to spot the kitties a lot more often. Bed camera is still there, still showing 2 of them, and we can see more of it, so we might be able to spot a couple of the others that were previously lurking off camera. Little dark on some of the cameras, but then again, that's Sammy on a black background, so. Oh. But let's see, checking in with the kitties, we do have Sky up in the cat tree, Ember and Mason on the bed, Sammy over on the shelf, Molly is on my lap, and Sherbet is not visible. I don't want to move enough to try to spot him if he's in the footrest. Actually, no, he is in the cat carrier by the door. Oh, so after, and I do see Nope is already in the YouTube stream, the widescreen stream. Hello there, if you're still there, Nope. Today we're going to be trying to get rolling with our game dev again. It's been a little bit since I touched the code because of the aforementioned infrastructure work. Hey there, JCR. Welcome. So we'll have to refresh ourselves a little bit. I believe last time we were setting up kind of directional triggered motion. Or at least spawn points. So we're going to try to get back into some of that. Of course, I haven't got that set. One moment. There may be a disruption. Hopefully not. Buttons, buttons, buttons. You don't need to press those buttons, Molly. Molly is very much I want to touch that cat, especially if she sees you touching things. Like she is trying to bite my Alt key currently. Yep, 141 streams of this project, JCR. If we were putting more time into it, I suspect we'd be getting further, but it's the journey, not the destination, you know? Molly is being squirmy. All right, let's check our data here and see what I left it with. Oh, yes, yes, we are making lots of progress. Data. Data folder. Let's look at our spawn list here real quick. This still needs to change. I don't like this format. Let's blob around player. Did we change that just straight up in the spawner? A blob around player is currently spawn on right. Okay. Molly. If I turn my head away for just a moment, she'll reach out and press buttons. It's like, but they make nice noises when I touch them. So we've revised several of the systems. We've got really solid performance for where we want to be at the moment. Last time we set up this logic where they're spawning on the right and moving in. So let's get an alternate version of the blob set up to just move to the left. So we can kind of test the intent of that logic. But here, let's... Molly. I'm having to restrain a cat while I do this. She has discovered that the spacebar makes a neat noise. All right. So I don't know what you saw last or what you've seen of the code. I forget very easily who has been on where. But we've got our orbiting motion. We have objects can be in the air. The yarn ball is kind of terrible right now. It's not in a state that we want it to be. But we have 9,000 game entities active. That means something like, or 900, something like 2,700 minimum objects, more like 3,600, I believe. And the game can operate at much worse than that. It doesn't mean that it's in a state that is necessarily playable, but with the number of projectiles like in a giant ball around the player currently, if you reach this state, you're already kind of you've broken the game state. I believe we've tested it, and it can get like half a frame per second up to like 12,000 entities. So we are well within constraints that we want to be at. Can take this all the way down to here and just... We've got our health system in place. You can see the health bar up there. In the background, those are... Where do I put it? In the background, those are individual things that react to being hit. So when the player or an enemy is struck, the damage rolls down their list of hearts from right to left. And each one of those is able to do what it wants to the damage coming in. This lets us do things like have armored hearts or similar. So you might have a heart that can take more damage than normal, or a heart that goes away when it takes damage, kind of stuff. Right. So we don't want it to be to the point where you have thousands of things. About like 900 to 1,000 is a lot of things. That's almost that is likely to be that the player is putting out so many projectiles that it will be hard for them to lose, or there are so many enemies on the screen that the player will lose very quickly. We want the game to allow for that state, though, because it's cool. If you can reach that state and you're, like, slowing the game way down because of how awesome your weapons are, that's kind of neat. And we want to allow that to happen. So it should not crash when you do that, but it should not be common when you do it. Now, enemy spawn-wise, that's the last thing that we were working on. We got a spawn-on-screen edge logic set up where I can tell it how many things should I spawn, essentially. So, which side, how big are the rows and columns? Should we skip some? And how far off of the 0 point are we talking? We're going to start with some really basic weaponry. So we're likely to have a weapon that homes in on targets, a weapon that fires straight at, like the nearest target or a target kind of thing. The yarn ball is currently a weird thing that you would have, and that's that it flies up into the air and comes down. I want to have a visual effect when it comes down, but ultimately the collision zone of the yarn ball itself will just be very big. So the idea is that it would be akin to Vampire Survivors like lightning bolts and upgraded holy water, where or just holy water, where it is as much a periodically an AoE will land in the field. So that's what we're aiming at with that one. We want to have enough of a variety with the base types, because the real interest in the game comes when you start modifying them. So as we could see with the yarn ball, it picks an enemy and moves towards that enemy, where that enemy was when it appears. Again, given how the yarn ball behaves currently, that's not really ideal, but if you watch, it's going to aim generally where an enemy is and move in that direction. But that's not really all you want out of a weapon. Maybe we want a little bit more coverage out of it. So I might have an upgrade that does what these two do combined. So it fires 3 per second in a kind of a 1, 2, 3, and they're going to do little loop-de-loops while they move. I need to adjust how the loop-de-loop behaves by default, because it will currently kind of spiral behind you when it appears. Again, yarn ball, not a great example. I do need to get one of the other weapons set up as the default for now. We might have things like a power-up that will make it blow up on impact. Well, I'm sorry. Blow up on an impact that doesn't do something else. So some of them are hitting an enemy and not going away. That's because yarn balls have 2 hit points. The first one is a bounce heart. What a bounce heart does is say reverse course when it takes damage. But the bounce heart itself is not the last heart. So the yarn ball has to get hit again, has to run into an enemy again before it will do anything. Wonder if I can get far enough away. Because I think I am unintentionally demonstrating one of the possible behaviors of the spawn on the side. Yep. So when these creatures were generated, or when their spawn points were generated, they were set up to spawn down the right side of the screen. But because I am moving steadily to the right, they are spawning below and trying to catch up, because I've moved out of range of their original spawn location. So that does need to be adjusted in our code to really test it, but we'll get there. But yeah, there will be a robust set of weaponry, but there will be even more power-ups for the weapons, because one, that's kind of the core gimmick, but two, I want to make it as implausible as possible for you to anticipate a build that you want to try to make. Like, if you do get it, like when you're looking for it, great. But if there are enough weapons and enough power-ups, that means that if you randomly reach into the bag, you're unlikely to get any given one. Beverage. Okay. Let's look at that spawner real quick. Blob around player, it is spawning. They spawn on right. Then spawn point spawn on right. All of our data files have been moved over to CSVs. Originally, we had them in Godot resource files, and then we moved over to individual JSON files, and now we have CSVs that we convert into JSON at load, and then turn those into objects inside the executable. It's on the right side. They are 96 apart, fixed offset. It's supposed to reset each time, which means it should be updating the position to follow the player or to always spawn on the player's right. Okay, so this will always, we need to set iteration start. All right, JCR, thanks for swinging through. So then we use the player position to determine where the things are. Set iteration start, that is... Okay, so we need to adjust this. Clearly, some of it's not working. So the goal for this is to be able to do things like 3 enemies spawn on the right and then charge to the left, or maybe 1 enemy per second is going to spawn in a lattice pattern, and you need to stay out of their pathway, kind of thing. So we want to do that. So we're figuring out, 1, what's going wrong, because we should be, again, resetting each time with this. So we get our start spawn, and if it's reset each time, hey there, sharpshooter, then we should be triggering iteration start, saying that we're on the 0th iteration, and whether we're going left, right, left, right. They're both pretty loafed up right now. I believe that is Mason in the upper left and Ember in the lower right. Let's check with where everybody is right now. Part of the delay with streams was getting all of these new cameras set up, which let us adjust the field of view on some of them. Some of that still needs tweaking. Hello, Sherbet. So I still want to tweak this camera that Sherbet has arrived on. Hey, bud. Come on. Come on. Hey there, Schmuggums. Hey. Hey. I still want to adjust the right middle camera if you're on widescreen, or the upper right camera if you're on tall. It's not quite covering the area the way I want it to. I might be able to rotate it to get a little better, but that might be as good as we're getting. Yeah, sure bet. Sherbet is still skittish. He wants to stay at the edge of arm's reach when he's getting pet because he doesn't. He thinks I might stuff him in a cat carrier or something. Oh. So I'm trying to figure out what's not working with this. So we go in, these are the enemies starting to spawn. We are set to initialize each time, so we're always going to go through here and determine where iteration start is. Because ideally when we're spawning, we just have a radius around the player that we're dealing with that we can spawn inside of. So first we're going to get in the case of left right, we are going to get our Y value. So we get our player position. On microphone, do what you're supposed to. It is not obeying. One moment. Yeah. That's why. There may be an audio interruption. There will be an audio interruption. For those that haven't heard this before, the sound and video rig that is in play here is tangly. All right, audio interruption. Testing. Oh, oh. Well, wasn't that fun? I mean, it's not the worst that's happened, but... Ugh. So that was a cascading issue. All started with me starting to cough and realizing I couldn't mute my mic, and then trying to reset the audio feed, and then the PC shut down automatically, and it decided to do a Windows update. Ah, beverage. There we go. Okay. So the thing that we have to figure out with this is making sure that we get our 0 position in place. So this is the closest increment value that we're at. That is, this is the spawn point number that we're at. And then we're going to offset it based on, whether we're doing every other kind of thing. Why is this? Because we're not using iteration multiplier here. Or, I'm sorry, the iterations start properly. Because we'll already have determined it here. Oh, no. Okay. This is finding where the screen edge is. Each time we go through our iteration start, we're going to get where the player is and determine how we should offset it. I had I had a reasonable summary of what I was looking for, and then I had a conversation with them after. And I really love what the artists came up with for their take on some of the details. Though I continue to be a little surprised that what I did give them, they felt was a lot of detail. Or at least they claimed that to me. Because it always makes me concerned about the kind of commissions that they're getting, that they don't get that, at least that level of detail. So I felt like that would kind of be the minimum to put together a unique character. But yeah, there's a lot of little bits going on in this. So for those joining us, what we're looking at right now is spawning logic that attempts to create a series of things on screen at once. Starting from one edge and then, appearing on one edge of the screen, a little off that edge of the screen. So we want to spawn like X of them within a radius that is reasonable for them to have been visible. In this case, it's more of a box. So the problem is that our position value doesn't seem to be changing. Or at least our iteration point isn't changing. So this isn't being moved properly. So when we first go through this, when we start here, iteration start should be at 0. Okay, so we start with 0. We get our player position. Our player position should be 0, 0. We're doing left and right side. We're doing right side in this case. If I spent time practicing art, making new models and whatnot would be, I think, really fun. It is a skill set to cultivate, but one that I do not currently have, you know? So we have 0. We're going to truncate it down to an integer. And we're going to multiply that out. And that should give us our iteration start of 0. And then we're going to add the offset in where we have no offset. There's no, like, every other going on. So that's iteration start at the moment. So we're going to run up here. And we're going to go into iteration start again. We can already see it's not working. So I get the player position again. So now our position value is negative 308. So the size is 96, our increment is 1. So we come out of that with an iteration value of 3 as our starting point. This is our problem. Okay, so we set iteration start, and we are adjusting iteration start here. That should be okay, but because we're messing with, we set it to 0 at the beginning of the spawn. We increment it, but we're never using iteration. Okay. So we increment iteration here. We're using iteration here. But iteration, when we begin spawning, we should be setting iteration to iteration start. Shouldn't we? No, this is correct. Then we increment iteration. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was, but... All right, let's go again here. We know that iteration start will be 0 when we begin, so we don't need to pause right away there. But if I move up 2 squares, we're going to go into start spawning. So we begin. Iteration was 5. Pseudo Kid, we are building a Vampire Survivors-like game with Noida-like weapon building. At the moment, we are coding logic that will allow us to, say, spawn a whole bunch of enemies on the right side of the screen at a particular spacing. We want to do this so that we can do things like, you know, dodge the charging lines of enemies kind of thing. So we set iteration start. And iteration start is 2. Okay, because we are off by 2. But it's not 2. It's -2. When we take the absolute value of this, our starting point is not correct. Our starting point is going down as we go up. Let's try that. This is C#. We are using C# to code, and our game engine is Godot 4.4. Okay, they're spawning on the right. And it's incrementing up as we go. That was the problem. But to double check, we start moving down, and we can see that once a second, they are spawning ahead of us here. But demonstrating what we do, because demonstrating what we do is a large part of what we do during the streams. Instead of 1 bouncing yarn ball, it is now 3 bouncing yarn balls. Well, technically 9. So why Godot? It's a good starter platform. It's free, and there have been no corporate ethical concerns with their behavior that I'm aware of. The game that we're making isn't really a kind of game that would benefit from using, like, Unreal Engine. The cost-benefit analysis did not really worth it to use something like Unreal. I think Game Maker might be harder to make this kind of game in. So it would come down to something, for me, it would be a choice between Unity and Godot. And at the time that I began this project, Unity had already stuck their foot all the way down their digestive tract. So Godot it is. But one of the things that we're coding for currently, Unreal Engine for this kind of game would really be massive overkill. Like, I'd be putting in a lot of extra work to get the 2D stuff to behave how I want it to when I could have done it much more easily here. Like, if I wanted to do the stuff that would be at the higher end of Unreal Engine, Godot and Unity, you have to put in extra work to get there. Trying to do this kind of stuff in Unreal, I feel like it would be extra work to haul it back down, you know? So far, I'm finding the 2D stuff pretty simple in Godot. It's working out nicely. Most of the problems come down to math. Just lots of math. Like, all of this is to calculate where the rows would appear. Let's open that up again. No, not you. You. Check something here. Okay. Hop down, go to our data folder. We're going to go to our spawn point. Don't need the recovery data. If I need recovery data, then, I mean, we haven't really changed these. For a while during this project, I was using the lowest level of stuff that Godot really makes available to you to try to do the 2D. Could I have done more to try to squeeze more out of it? Yes, but I was already using things like compute shaders and similar to handle all of the stuff that I could, but what I was getting out of it was less than the effort of doing it and maintaining it. And I think that's kind of the big part of these decisions is, it's not offset of 1, it is increment of 2. I started with GDScript, which is kind of the other option that you have for Godot by default. I mean, if you really want to be adventurous, you can do C++ with just about anything. It depends on how hard you want to slam your hand in a drawer every time you code. But C# is one of the options I'm familiar with. Put another way, I'm not really fond of scripting languages. I feel like they oversimplify some elements and can lead you down pathways of questionable coding. But setting all of that aside, GDScript operates just fine if you're playing something like a platformer or you're building something like a platformer where there's not a whole lot going on screen at once. There is nothing wrong with C++. It is, again, cost-benefit analysis. You can do cool stuff with C++. You have access to the lower levels. You get to have fun with things like pointers. But then you also have to have fun with things like segment faults. Effectively, you can do a lot more, but that means you kind of have to do a lot more. Is that actually working? I don't know if that's actually working. Man. I can hide that, but it's not a concern right now. Increment of 3. But like for this example, you would probably need to write the interface between Godot and C++, or to some extent modify it in order to wire it in if you were going to do direct communication. I don't think the increment is working. I'm pretty sure the increment is not working. But let's say you have the choice of GDScript or an outside programming language like the C's or anything like that. You can get better like computational performance out of this stuff than you can doing it in GDScript. I mean, GDScript is a scripting language, so that there is that period of it has to kind of convert that into another set of instructions, and then you run it kind of stuff. So it's not always as controlled as you would necessarily want it to be. And given what I'm doing, I want the computational improvements over making it easier to talk to the Godot objects as far as their values. That is, I spend a whole lot more time messing with the math than I do with talking to the Godot objects. So the C# side of it resulted in a big performance boost. Any particular language, I mean, you're going to learn to do it. Said I just wouldn't want to have to spend the time writing an interface between Godot and C++ if I wouldn't have to. And I also don't want to deal with, again, the differences in writing that kind of interface. But I mean, if you watch what I'm doing and some of the naming conventions you use, C++ is what I initially learned programming in. And some of my habits from that kind of hold true. Hey there, Acrostal. Welcome. I mean, there's a lot of hodgepodge here, but stuff like I every now and then I'm still tempted to do things like G underscore and whatnot. As far as like, I would generally not tell somebody who had never programmed before to dive in C++. But as far as, like, if you want to take it beyond I'm just learning, I feel like coding in something like C++ is a valuable experience. Because, like I mentioned, while it allows you to have pretty much total control of what you're doing, it also requires you to understand what you're doing more, because it is way easier to mess it up. The kind of, or put it another way, there are a way more kinds of errors that are easier to do in C++ than there are in others. The others will often operate at a level above where it will safely capture the error for you more easily. Okay, so Y is I mean, you can go lower than C++, but from a practical perspective, like in game dev, that's kind of as low as you'd want to go. least to my understanding. Have people done lower level fine tuning? Yes. But again, that kind of cost benefit analysis is, do you have to do that versus, well, hey Hayes, welcome. It's, do you want to do that? Like, is the performance that you're going to squeeze out, or is what you get out of it what you were seeking? Because sometimes what you get out of it is you learn to do it. Like, I got to use compute shaders for raw collision. Hooray. Well, thank you, Hayes. Did it work? Absolutely, it did work. Did it have a price? Yes, it did. And additionally, it would have been harder to get extra types of collision in place. You know? So, to some extent, partially written in assembly, I think is as much kind of, there's a flex going on there. But is there value if you have sufficient understanding? Yes, you will get something out of that. Every now and then, it's kind of fun to watch. There are a couple of YouTube channels that I know of that do it. But they will run through the actual, like, instruction set that makes up old NES games. So, the individual math and memory operations that are going on. And there is some sorcery that you can get up to when you're doing that kind of thing. And sometimes it's just because you want to. I don't think frequently you will encounter a situation where you have to, but sometimes you want to. So why work? Been a pretty good day, Hayes. We did have full-on VTuber scuff earlier in the stream. Sound system went completely haywire, took the computer down with it, and Windows took the opportunity to force an update. But we're up and running. Everything is good, and it will be good forever now. I've also got the new cameras rigged up. It's more apparent in some of the spots than some of the others. But for one, they're very swift to update. And we have some better camera angles on some of them. Well, hey, Sherbet's on the footstool over there. So let's see. Sky's up in the tree. We have Mason, Sammy, and Ember on the bed. And then we have Sherbet and Molly in the play area. Nice. All 6 accounted for. So what we're trying to do here is that starting at 0, 0, we have the concept of a increment happening. So 0, 0 is point 0. That is center of the world. We take the player's position and say we're going to offset it doesn't do us any good to spawn them if they're not within, let's be generous and say, a screen and a half of the player. So from the player to the screen edge and a whole screen after that. The game assumes 1080p. It forces itself to that resolution. Do we have to do that? No, but it's helpful. Pixel screen rendering, it is very, very useful for you to know what kind of resolution you're going to try to operate at. Could somebody attempt to run the game in like 720p? Yes, they could. I am not going to try to code for that currently. The game screen would just be bigger than their monitor. Sorry. But smooth pixel motion means you generally need to inflate the number of pixels per sprite. So while my sprites are 32 by 32, they're actually rendered 96 by 96, so that when the sprite moves, it's kind of it's not really subpixel movement. That means something else. But it's each pixel, each visible pixel is actually composed of 3, so that when I move it 1 pixel on the screen, the motion doesn't jump as much. So having knowledge of how big the screen is makes it easier for you to set that scale. But anyway, so I'm trying to determine where the player is in the world. So that I can adjust the spawn to that. So if the spawn starts on point 0 and the player moves up to 2 increments, then I don't want to spawn. I want to make sure that I spawn the whole length of the screen, height of the screen, adjusted for where the player is. So we're trying to set up the offset here. We seem to be getting the correct starting point, but why is that not reflected? Because we are adding the increment here. But are we still actually doing that? So this is a left-right kind of toggle. Okay. Iteration multiplier works in that vein. So we start at an iteration point. If we're going to offset it, we offset it. That is, if I want it to overlap the player or not, you use the offset. So again, by default, iteration start lines up a row/column on 0, 0. If I use an offset, I can bump that out of the way such that if the player is standing on 0, 0, are they in the middle of a cross or are they surrounded on all sides by it if you had every other as the increment? Sherbet is passing across the desk. There's a piece of hardware that was attached to the bottom of the monitor that has finally given up the ghost that I will need to remove post-stream. What are you doing over there, buddy? Hey, what are you doing? He's a little sweetheart, but he's still very timid. Okay, this seems to be working as far as getting us the right position. There's a little wiggle in how it works, but it comes down to adjusting accordingly. So size is set up. I want to change this. In this particular case, this is effectively saying 1. Because size should account for world scale. Right now, when we run the game, I have some placeholder map layout stuff going on. The background is still a shader. That's not really going to continue. But you can see that these guys are spawning about 1 square apart each time. Which, cool, that's kind of where the rows are, but the problem is the increment is 3. They should be skipping some of those. But they're not. So we are not getting the iteration playing out appropriately. Because it is, we start here, we start at iteration start. We are going to add in which iteration it is. This starts at 0. Wait. Iteration 0. When we start spawning, we reset the iteration. So then when we get the position, and this can spawn multiple times within a spawn cycle, we're going to be times the iteration multiplier, and then we multiply out by size, and it's offset by where we start. And this is to be off the edge of the screen. So whether we're top or bottom or left or right, we determine which coordinate we're using. Then if iteration multiplier is less than 0, and we start at that, we're going to increment this. So we have a 0 position that fires once, since we start at -1 here. On subsequent runs, because it is going to kind of invert it, it goes 1 and then 1, 2, 1, 2 each time. So we should get the first one, and then with our iteration of 3, iteration should jump from 0 to 3 the first time. So we should be getting a big ol' increment hop here. But we're not. Oh, and I know why. So this is the copy process for creating an actual instance of a spawn on screen edge object. Because the origin is always the one that we loaded from the catalog, we duplicate that one. When we're duplicating it, we need to get all of its child values, the ones that actually persist, increment being one of them. but we don't. It's equal to spawn point dot increment. Womp womp. There we go. So as we move towards it, you can see the spawn frequency more easily. I would not really use this spawn pattern with homing enemies like this. Could you? Yes, you still can. You could essentially create a converging ring around the player using this kind of thing. You could also make it a ring, but not gonna just yet. But a constricting ring is something that we will do. They would just need to move much, much slower than they do by default. All right, let's get a save of that in place. Do I have any videos on how to code specifically? No, I don't have any coding tutorials. So if you want to see the process that we went through, all of the VODs are available on YouTube. Shameless plug, watch the old VODs. If you want to learn Godot, there are a whole lot of YouTube tutorials out there. Godot's base documentation for getting started is actually really good. The more you want to do, the more you're going to have to go fishing for new information. If you want to learn C# and similar, there are a lot of resources as well. Do not be afraid to look up information online about coding. It's all out there. Make use of it. Test bed. Okay, we are going to be right back, and then we'll be continuing along. And we're back. Let's see. Rename this button so I can ID it more easily. There we go. Sherbet's getting a snack. Okay, so we have this spawning now. Hey there, Colin. Welcome. New camera system is all in place now. And ideally, we can try to get back on the starting at 1 p.m. schedule that has been, I think, been doing good stuff for us. Okay, so if I set the increment... Now, I would like some variations on this one. I would like a better way to actually compute this, but as in, I'd like to be able to say spawn left, right, up, down kind of thing, this kind of pattern, but for now, we're not gonna. I can accomplish everything I would want to do here. Okay. I believe we did up, down, left, right. So this should be 2. Should be the number 2. And we're going to give it an offset of 1. And now we're going to go into our spawn list. Already mentioned it this stream, but I really need to change how I'm doing spawn list. All right, let's make a couple of new spawners for this. We are going to take our existing spawner one, and we are going to be... We're going to make enemy spawner. So we're going to go into our existing spawner. And we are going to take the enemy one out of it. And we're going to call you weapon spawner. The one having a snack, I believe, was Sky. Yeah. Sky, he might have had this before, but I adopted Sky when I still had the Maine Coon brothers, Bob and Tom. And both of them ate similar to how he does now. Tom would scoop food out of the dish with one paw, spill most of it, and bring a few kibbles to his mouth to eat. Bob and Sky, Bob ate a lot like Sky does now, and that's that he would grab some, he would back a few paces away, shake it so that he kills it, and then eat them one kibble at a time. Sky is the reason that there is kibble scattered all the way around the bowls like that. He makes a big mess. Isn't that right, you? Okay, so we have weapon spawner. Let's go to enemy spawner here. Delete those rows. So now we have spawn around the player. We are going to duplicate that. This we're going to keep at 10. We're going to put this at 1 for now. So this is movement to player. That one's okay. This is around player. This is going to be blob right, blob left. Let's get our spawn points as well. Spawn point. So we have spawn on left, we have spawn on right. Hooray. Side, and our increment is set. It's hello, baby. Come here. This guy demands chin scratches. I fear Molly may learn to. Molly will sort of interfere, but it's generally she has to be there to do it. Sky knows that my right hand is where he gets pets from. And he knows that my right hand is generally occupied with the computer mouse. As such, he knows that if I am not giving him chin scratches, that going for the mouse will get my attention. And when he goes for the mouse, he grabs it with one paw across the buttons. He will press it until it clicks, and then he will drag it. He has managed to delete whole documents by doing that. Like, yeah, you can Control Z back out of it, but if you're in the middle of typing or something like that, and suddenly the cursor is somewhere else or the rest of the passage of text is gone, it can be a hassle. He's a mischief maker, but he's a sweetheart. You should be able to see maybe like half of him here. Yeah, he has on at least one occasion managed to make me pivot to the ground and fire a high explosive shell at my feet in Helldivers. I've had at least one instance of twirl around, aim at the air, discharge weapon. But that camera, where he is sitting here, is he is laying across a draft excluder that is meant to be kind of a pillow that distracts them from laying on the mouse. The draft excluder is part of what I call the cat shield. And the cat shield was set up largely because of Tom, the Maine Coon that I still had when I started streaming. He was a very big boy, as Maine Coons are, and he liked to, like, he liked to lay across from me on the keyboard, and he would periodically want me to pay attention to him. And he would let me know that by like rolling his head over to look at me, which resulted in him hitting, because of the size of his head, he could hit pretty much one side of the keyboard at once. If he stretched a paw out, he could easily hit like 9 keys at once. So there is it's an assortment of parts, but it's effectively an acrylic barrier over top of the keyboard with the draft excluder running along behind it so they have something soft to lay against. It's like very comfy it's like a very comfy anti-cavalry barrier, you know? This is what I refer to as delay by cat. Can awkwardly reach my other hand over here. Okay, so we have spawn on left now. So we can go into our spawn list. We need a spawner for it first. Yep. So we're going to do spawn on right, spawn on left. I took my hand away for too long. But the collection of kitties that I as well switch over here. The collection of kitties that you will encounter on the stream are all very different in behavior. Oh, no, okay. So we have Sky's over here on the side. 4 of them are on the bed right now. So you have Sammy and Ember, top to bottom, on the right. Then on the left, you have Mason and Sherbet. They were effectively littermates. It's not clear if they just had the same father amongst multiple mothers and look very similar, but they were in the same kind of wave of kittens at the shelter. So effectively siblings. So they tend to hang out together. So you can see they're kind of snoozing together. Molly's location is unknown at this time. Luckily, she is not a I will go make trouble cat. She is much more of a I'm bored and this is within my reach, let me grab it kind of cat. When Sky makes mischief, it's because he's being ignored and he wants something. If he doesn't have food, he will come over and bug me just like when he wants pets, but the pets will not placate. When he's especially upset about something, he will find stuff to throw off of shelves. And the sequence of events for Sky throwing something off of a shelf is, first he will arrive at the object and slowly push it near the edge. Then he will chirp, very cutely, he will chirp at you. You will look over because he chirped at you and you want to see him. He will then make eye contact with you, like very clear eye contact. And without breaking that, or only briefly breaking that eye contact, he will yeet that thing off the shelf. And then he will chirp at you again. He gets real upset if it doesn't make a sound when it hits the ground, too. A lot of malice aforethought going on in Sky when he's up to that. I currently do not have the option of using the mouse right now because he has encroached further, and now there is no space for the mouse to move between the keyboard and him. He has forced my hand, as it were. So what we're going to do manually here, real quick. Our blobs on left, so we're going to do spawn on left very carefully. Move the mouse here, click. Right hand devoted to scratching his chin, left hand devoted to quickly using the mouse and typing. Excuse me. Okay, so they spawn on left. Okay, we need to change movement to player to something else. Do I have the right movements in here already? I think I do. Yes. It's movement fixed left and right. They spawn on the right. They're going to do movement fixed left. Okay, so now I have these two movement styles. Instead of spawner around player, we're going to have blob right. And left. So I'm really tempted with this setup to have each line result in an entry for the level. So instead of a level being one object like this, there would be a series of lines with a file for each level. Because in this format, it's not really viable. I would like to combine these spawners together, but for now, this'll do. Okay. Okay, did we get everything? Still need to add an error case to loading. Okay, spawner left isn't triggering. Blob right isn't triggering enough of them. Once a second, spawn 10 at once, so that's already Like, just this one isn't working correctly. Because it should be once a second spawn 10 of them. The ones on the right move left, and the ones on the left move to the right. Oh. Thank you, Lore. Thank you. So that's already incorrect. We're only getting one at a time. And it's only the ones from the right. Let's check world state. We haven't touched this one in ages. Okay. So inactive spawners, we only have one. There should be two. The second one isn't loading. All right, let's catch that at load up here. I suspect I might be loading the spawn list incorrectly. Nothing in spawner items yet. That one should be the relevant area here. So this world map should give me the list. Only contains one thing. Okay, so that's part of our problem. So I have spawner items and spawner items, and I have another spawner. So let's look at spawner item list. We haven't touched this one in so long. So 2 copies still only contains one spawner item. It's like not saved or something? It wasn't saved. Okay. We've at least got one part here. Come on now. Come on. World map contains 2. Oh, that's tile textures. That's different. Item list contains 2 items. 2 spawners. Should have a spawn count of 10 each time, though, so that's still a problem. Oh, no, they're working. So this could be a sequence that gets set up to say, hey, at this time, begin doing this. So now you're required to find a kind of a safe area to stand. We could set them up differently as far as how they go. I don't know why there is this clot there. Oh, I'm pretty sure I know why. Because as I'm moving like this, the spawn position is changing each time. That needs to be adjusted. We need to make it so that if the left-right spawn position doesn't change outside of the appropriate increments. Now you'll see frames per second is going down pretty precipitously, and the number of things above my right ear here is continuing to climb. That's because the logic that does need to exist that says, hey, if this entity is too far away, get rid of it. That don't exist right now. So that might be a good addition. Let's get our commit in here. Okay. So we could put that in Entity Manager. Oh, good. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. One of the fun things that IDEs do, as long as your code base is entirely contained within the project, is it's telling me this gets called nowhere. This function has no use. I'm confident in getting rid of it because I was very pleased when I actively removed that use case. That use case was a terrible hack. Okay, when we update, this is we remove entities, we add other entities. Entity in entities. Oh, entities is a dictionary of identifier to entity. 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 If I should have a global for this. I do need to set up a point is on screen kind of logic. Point is on screen, point is within existence range. We do need to set up some global functions like that. But for now, just to test, this is world state layer. Player position. Okay, we're just going to do a simple radius here. Quote unquote simple. If entity. All right, let's split this off. Equal to player position. This is entity.position minus player position. If player position, player 2 entity dot length squared the float, okay, is greater than let's say, what is it? 960 times 960. Then entities to remove. Remove entity. Let's double check this. Okay. This is kind of brutal, but it should work. It's kind of hacky right now, but it should work. It's not 960. It's not the width. We're going to say, we're going to give it a whole screen. 3880. Is it 2880? 2880. Screen and a half. Got to be within a screen and a half. They were spawning off screen, so it immediately culled them. This will ensure that the yarn balls can't get further than they need to, but those only live for like 10 seconds, so. So we're keeping an eye on this number, the number of things again. Okay, they are getting culled. This should result in this firing. Yep. Okay, so here's a good example. Let's give the player something that covers a lot of ground here. Oregon Trail. Hey there, Lunar. Did I add an Oregon Trail style road trip minigame yet? Not yet. Let's amp it up a little bit more. Okay, this... Okay, we're still above 30 frames per second with this. And we can cull the enemies faster than we're doing right now. We're giving them a whole screen of extra space to exist in. And they don't really need that. And we're not removing blobs terribly fast with the yarn ball weapon. If we reduce the load of number of projectiles and instead make them really destructive. Maybe add a little bit of drive or die. Not sure what you're referring to there, Lunar. So here's if the player has a fantastically devastating weapon. Let's give it coverage, but not as much frequency. Ah, okay. It's not ringing a bell, Lunar. So there's still the problem of this, where I'm moving to the side and we get a clot there. We need to make sure that there is that we have the same increment offset there, but spawner frequency plays into it. Spawner frequency plays into it. But if we assume they're squares, we could still mitigate it. Huh. No, I've never heard of that drive or die there, Lunar. Okay, so what would we do to control that and say that the enemies should always be spaced at least this far apart? We can't be certain of it because of spawn frequency. This is kind of where I would like to have the full spawn control less spread out. Such that instead of creating a series of individuals, that it is one master control, but it's the subdivision that we have is still useful. Yep, some of the cameras still need tuning there, Tess. But like camera 1 needs to be repositioned a little bit. There are limitations on it, but like we can see more of the bed at once. I switched from the window to the food dish area, since the window was almost never occupied. You can see more of the side table. I do still need to tweak that one. I'd like to kind of rotate it 90 degrees and get as much of it on the camera as possible, but that is a, there's a whole thing with that. That is the best fountain I've found so far. Aside from one little piece of it, it's really easy to clean. There's one little part of one of the pieces that is a bit of a hassle to clean. But it doesn't have a motor that's exposed to the water. Most of them have little like fish tank motors, or little pumps, that you have to take apart and carefully clean, and they're prone to burning out. This one does have a little motor in it, but it's completely separate of the water. And how it works is that there's a pivot point inside of it that will, that causes an element to spin. And the water gets drawn up the spinning funnel, ends up in top, and flows down. So the little pivot thing never touches the water. The only thing that would make it better is if I could get a cat safe and actually safe. Maybe Lunar? I'm not sure. It's like a cone that draws the water up its surface because it's spinning. Perhaps impeller is the word for that. If I could get like a little UV light, like your little phone sanitizer wand or something like that, and position it safely so that the cats couldn't mess it up and that it wasn't, exposed directly to the water or anything like that. That would be good, because the UV lights have actually proven really good on the water fountains. Since bacteria is the big thing you're fighting by switching their bowls frequently and cleaning their water dishes regularly, is keeping the bacteria off of their face and whatnot. Yeah, in this case, it's the motor component doesn't directly engage with the water at all. It's a free spinning cone, effectively. So the thing I'm thinking on here is how to get the left-right spacing of the blobs controlled, such that like right now we have their like where they spawn, but spawn frequency and spawn point isn't as effective right now. What we may need to do is look at how they're being spawned and say like, okay, the last one in this row spawned here, and we don't want the next one to spawn on top of it. We would spawn it one tick back, you know? But it's figuring out how to do that one tick. Because we need to come up with the gap there. And that gap is only relevant based on how quickly they're moving. Yeah, it's their movement is dependent. So to show you the issue that we're working with, let me just run to the right a little bit. Now, if I stop, there is this big clot of blobs right there. That's because as I'm moving to the left, the spawn position of the blobs is sliding to the left with me. And since I move at the same rate that the blobs do, that spawn point behind this blob is keeping pace with the blob that is spawned. So there will always be these big piles of them forming up when I'm doing that. And again, the reason that so what I need to do is come up with a way to say, they could, but then we will have kind of a little surge. And what we want is that their movements stay consistent, that we don't have that overlap. Because the illusion here is that there is a chain of those blobs further back. That I don't want sliding along fully. I could have it to where the spawn points move in fixed increments. So it like slides along in a tick, but that still gives the opportunity for the spawn frequency and the enemy movement to cause an overlap. Put another way, as I'm moving left here, they're spawning, like there's a bigger gap between them. Because the spawn point is moving left while I'm moving too. So I could track that and have that each subsequent spawn, each subsequent wave looks at the first spawn and says, how far apart is it? Yeah, it's the ones on the left are less of a problem than the ones on the right. I could implement like pathfinding logic to prevent them from bunching up, but as with our prior experience with trying to use that That's super expensive for the number of things we've got in the world. That's a whole other wave of entities and physics processing happening that I don't think we need. So it's there's no real speed with the entities is the thing. The issue that's occurring is not how fast the blobs are moving. It's the movement of the spawn point. So the spawn point is just off the screen, left and right. As I'm walking, that spawn point slides. So that combined with the frequency, it's the enemies are spawning once a second. If on that tick the spawn point has slid, then it will either be spaced further out or it will because it feels like we should have known positions here. Such that I choose one of them based on where we are. All of the guns act as spawners as well. Welcome, Top RPG. So we could. The no spawn area could also work. We would get weird gaps. In a similar vein. So... but not necessarily as much of a problem. It's that this is a correction element. Okay, let's... So what if we subject the spawn point to the same thing? So right now, which increment we do is a rounding element. Based on how big the size is. So if we take the position and we expand it out to be a whole number increment, so we divide the position by the size and round up. Tess, this is as a regular thing. So a circumstance where I cause lines to march across or constrict slowly or something like that. I want that to happen a lot. Whether that be because I want it to be a you must now dodge, or if I want it to be able to be just spawn patterns, like this one time a bunch of them move diagonally down left versus the whole conga line, you know? So if we say position value, things like the bat swarm, things like the circle of plants, I want to be able to be consistent with those, but say if it's just like they are not part of a pattern, they're just a spawn position, the gap is okay. And we wouldn't actually frequently see that gap in the same fashion. This is much more like HoloCure's interwoven grids. So, at this point in the level, they will start marching at you from left and right. Kind of thing. This still wouldn't work. It's just the overlapping ones. It's just the overlapping ones. This could still work. Okay. No, we just need to round to int. Oh, okay. This puts it in increments of size, though. Okay. Break this out again. It's just, this is a messy segment. So what this should do is make it so that the spawn points are always spaced apart. This is not the end of it, but this says that the spawn points are at regular intervals instead of constant positions, or at least a sliding position. But we still get that because on each second, it's, see how they're very stacked right now. So we can have so this is again only relevant when we have repeated, like a flowing repeat. If I just do fire at once kind of things, this doesn't matter as much. int. This is not safe to put this as 0. We can have it be a float. It's okay. If can't be plus equals. Because it would be minus equals here. Ugh. I need to come up with better logic for this. This needs to be cleaned up. Gross, gross, gross. Where the enemies are shortly after spawn, create a spawn offset. That was a thought, is to essentially say the last entity in this sequence spawned here. That would, for this to work the way it's working already, would mean that we would be tracking X entities. We know that this is the X entity. This is the third one. So I'm going to look at the third prior entity and say, where is it now? But if that third prior entity has already been defeated by that moment, we don't have that position anymore. We could do it by looking for any of them, but it's still possible that they're all gone. That is less of an issue if they're all gone, but if any of them are gone and it offsets it, then we kind of have the same problem again. We could do a quick check. We could do a check to say, is there something in this collision layer sitting here right now? That is pricey. That is pretty pricey for the number of times we might be doing it. Minus equals size. This is plus equals size. If the last position was the same one, then we're going to offset it by 1. Round it again there. So this is super gross. If this works, then we need to revise that. And this is not great. I may just scrap this and come up with something else. But what we're doing is we're forcing this to be... Okay, yeah, this is worse. It's weird that there's that much of a gap, though. There's a full gap of 2. Oh, okay. It's... Yeah, they're just getting bumped along. Nope. Let's clean that up. There's a degree of that could be included, having logic on the enemies as well. That they could stop if they are overlapping, or that they could reverse direction for a bit if they're overlapping. But then we're getting into that sort of pathfinding logic. So, for example, if they got stacked on top of each other, we would need a way to give some of them precedence to let one through. Like, which of you gets to move forward? And there could be things like, I'm closest to the player, so I win. But if 2 are stacked precisely on top of each other, then I've still got a conflict. Now, we could just say, you get to be the winner. You're the first one. You get to be the winner. And just have it where if I'm overlapping, I stop. That is true. Oldest one winning is also a viable option. And it removes... Okay, it doesn't actually remove a conflict scenario because many enemies can spawn at once. Like, all of these dudes. We could do whoever's integer is out. So, to know who was the leader, we would need to specify... We would need to know who the last spawn was. So, like, when this one spawns, this guy heading towards the middle here, he has 9 other siblings right now. So if I know that whole row, I can daisy chain it out and say I'm supposed to be X far behind my leader. But we still run into the stacking conflict. If they're all there and then I start running backwards, it won't clean up until I see them again. But that's the problem, Tass. No, it's not. There are 10 spawning at once. If I say the last spawned guy, it would be the one vertically above him. So the last spawn of him is him. Well, actually, it's probably down here. But they are spawned in sequence in a cluster. It's not the line, it's the column. I could set up a series of there are 10 rows spawning all at once. Each of them offset in their own way. Yeah, that's the conflict with that. If it's just a row, like a true conga line, then I could have, hey, here's the last one, it's still alive, you follow that one. And that's not a terrible thing. A snake spawn is actually, I think, a cool idea. Such that it's always, they have both a spawn logic to be told what their target entity is, as well as movement logic that says follow the leader. So their whole movement chain is overridden to be follow the leader. So in this case, oh, could that work? Okay, so the thing we would be overcoming here it's if their first movement type was follow the leader and their leader is gone, they become the head of their own chain. Their list is severed, so they now begin moving as if they were independent. I could have it where they try to keep track of so we have a bi-directional linked list kind of thing, where the leader knows who its next in command is, and it subscribes to their removal event. Oh, my immediate subordinate is gone. I will now, it will tell me, or I will tell it, that this is the next one in the chain. And if we replace this such that this spawn point would tell the entity who the last one in its chain was, it creates a dependency in the spawning to say that this particular spawn pattern has some degree of prior knowledge. But I think we can make that work. Okay, just a second. I will be right back. Okay. Adjusting my seat because Molly has taken over the footrest. Okay. So, where we left off, we're thinking on ways to make these chains of movement a little more compelling. Or at least a little more controlled. So one possibility is a follow the leader style thing, where through some means an entity determines you are the thing I'm following. We don't have nearly enough explosives to make their democracy managed, Lunar. So we need a means of saying what was the who would your leader be? And they can be told that as long as we know it, when an entity is spawned, we can say this was the last one to have been spawned as far as you're concerned. This creates wrinkles. So we would need to know, like, for this example, 10 rows are spawned at once from each side of the screen. There are 2 spawners doing that, and they iterate 10 times. Spawner says, oh, I'm going to do my spawn 10 times. The screen edge one does a calculation to create those 10 rows and spawns 1 at each of the positions relevant. To know what the right one is, we would need to keep track of the last array of spawns. And be able to properly communicate them to the next. So, assuming they're still there. If they're still there, this is easy. I'm not sure I understand. Could I just alternate where the spawn puts the rows? The current pattern says whatever the center row is, wherever we're starting, and then it goes up, down, up, down, up, down off of that. So first this middle row, then the row above it, then the row below it, then the next row above it, that kind of thing. So each one of those rows becomes a spawn that we remember the last one. Each one of those spawns also needs to keep track of the idea that that entity might go away. And that's the fiddlier part. If one of those entities goes away, then the head of the snake is gone. That could be the player has defeated that enemy. That entity has left the world existence barrier, so they're X screens away. You'll never see them again, kind of thing. Anything that would make the entity go away, the one following it has all of its information severed. even if we have a bidirectional chain, the possibility of I am now left without a movement chain or a thing to follow is a possibility. So we do have to account for that. The idea that there is no longer a head of the chain. Or that the head needs to change. Because, like, in the case of this lower one right now, I'm knocking out the head of the chain every time they come across. The pattern is likely to break eventually, but where the player is standing is such that just about every time, every second the explosion fires, a blob is within explosion range of it and gets removed. So the head of this chain is constantly jumping one back, one back. So no matter what, this next one is the one that would need to continue the motion of the chain. Every now and then, one of the ones in the middle gets taken out. If it's a bidirectional chain, it could tell it's the next one in line, I'm the one that you follow now. And as far as this left to right motion is concerned, that's fine. Because there's never really any substantial difference. So there are two cases. It's, I have lost my leader, but there is another leader available. And I have lost my leader, and there is no leader available. Like, I am now the youngest member of this spawn chain. So that's as far as the follow the leader behavior is concerned. As far as spawning, we would need to be able to remember what the leader of a particular spawn batch is, as well as communicate that down whenever a spawn happens. We could set up a message that says, the prior spawn was this. When we spawn them, we can hand them a note and say, if you care, here is the prior movement. Or here is the prior leader. And have some logic for this is how I behave, period, kind of thing. Like, if an entity has follow the leader and it has a leader, its only behavior is follow the leader. That won't work really, but it has to be something along that kind of line, such that this is something that we should implement. This would make it so that the issue that we're seeing is greatly mitigated. Now, it doesn't change this pattern, but it would mean that the lump at the end there is mitigated, because each subsequent one that was spawned would wait. That's the idea, Lunar, is if its leader is removed, if we have a bidirectional chain, then it could ask, are you the leader? So it could rejoin. Alternately, yes, exactly. It's like the Terraria worm bosses, the Destroyer of Worlds and what have you. Where if you cut the middle, you now have two independent chains. We would still want to be able to fire other motion types, though. Because if they have, like, split behaviors, you'd still want them to split, but you'd also want them to continue following the leader. If there were subsequent movement behaviors, they could interfere with follow the leader. But does that actually matter? Yeah, it would, because if I want the subsequent ones to follow the leader, I don't want them to do any other kind of movement. But I would still want them to do any other type of behavior that they have. Like, if they run into something, I want them to apply knockback. Even if they're not the leader. And the current movement pattern makes each movement independent of the others. So if it did have other movement types, they don't really have awareness of each other. They can add a proposed movement, but they can't negate them. That's the idea, Lunar, but for example, the idea that a blob inflicts damage is a behavior. It is the same thing as moving. Like, in theory, I could have a power-up that says inflict fire damage. And if that power-up is before one, then that fire damage will happen before it. So if I had a fire damage, then ice damage, if the fire damage one is first, the collision will come down the event chain in through the behaviors. It would do fire damage, and then later it would do ice damage. And vice versa. If the order of the damage matters, then that will impact it. But additionally, if anything stops that message, then only whichever one has been reached will fire. So, because the behaviors don't know what the others are, and there isn't really a expectation that you know that you can fully interfere with motion, we run into a problem. If I had the idea that this is absolutely the end of the chain, we only use this for monsters, and this is the end of their behavior chain, I could say, hey, there was a follow the leader. If the leader movement isn't present, cut it down to this, or negate all of the prior things, set this motion. That could work. That could actually work. So, wasted cycles. But follow the leader is the final thing in their movement chain. If we want this to work with, like, a player's projectiles, then there needs to be a special modifier that says follow the leader. But for now, let's consider it in terms of enemies as far as coherency. So you have a follow the leader behavior. When the projectile is spawned, let's say we know who the leader is, who the last one was, we give it a message that says, this was the last one spawned. It sets that accordingly. We have the whole behavior chain set up. That last one spawned message is only remembered, is only cared about by the follow the leader behavior. When we get to the follow the leader behavior, it's going to look at the entity, or I'm sorry, it's going to look at its leader and say, is there one? It will have listened for things like this entity is removed. It knows if its leader is still around or not. If it has no leader, then it does nothing. That behavior will do nothing with any message that it receives once its leader is truly gone. If its leader is present, it negates all other motion and says instead, move within this distance of my leader. And you could have a speed in that they can only move so fast. But effectively that would make them sit still if their leader was too close to them. So not great. Not great if it's like a player power-up kind of thing. I'm sorry, weird if it's a player power-up. But that still allows all sorts of other behaviors to work. If you want it to function as a with certainty, it will cause there to be a daisy chain of creatures or of entities, then it has to be the last one. It has to negate the entire movement chain of its creature, of its entity, and add a new one. Okay, so with that in mind, the next part of the puzzle becomes making it so when a spawn happens, yeah, the distance from the entity needs to be considered. Yeah, it's, well, if it's my target, follow the leader and home to target are different. So if, say, I have a chain of homing missiles, and then they end with follow the leader, then all of the homing missiles behind the first one don't care about what they're homing on until the first one hits the enemy. So now the leader who is actually homing is gone. The next one in line says, I'm the leader now. And I shall now begin homing to my target. And that target would have been set when it spawned. Now that's another bit of trickiness, is you could have targeters that say, I have a leader, or do I have an entity that I'm following, kind of stuff. So there's a lot of nuance in this that we'll need to account for. Now, extra funny is if they have not acquired a target during their movement, and they will have. So each individual missile in that chain has a homing target. All of its behavior is currently being ignored until it becomes the leader. If it never becomes the leader before its timeout, its only motion is to follow the leader at whatever speed it can. It'll never catch up to the leader unless you set the number real small. Like, you could set it to 0. It can get right on top of its leader. But once follow the leader ends, or you get past follow the leader, then those other motions kick in. So if it's a player projectile if I put something after follow the leader, it would distort the follow the leader motion. Just like if I put something after home to an enemy, then that homing can be distorted by whatever comes after. Interesting. So then the next one becomes, how do I let the spawn point know what the last spawn was? So here's the next wrinkle. This is spawn on screen edge. This is a spawn point. It gives us a location in space. This is a spawner. It is actually the one that creates the entity. So it goes through a number of times equal to how many it should spawn, and does okay, get me a spawn point. So we start spawning, we stop spawning. We create a copy of the entity, we get a spawn point, and we put the entity in the world at that position. This one has no idea what the prior one was, or if that prior one is the relevant one. Now, we could have the spawner assume, which could be dangerous, that during a spawn cycle, during this event, this is the sequence. So if I spawn 1 through 10, then it is that sequence that matters. But not really. Like, if 1 through 10 creates a line emitting away from the player, so I create that conga line in the world as a whole, then that 1 through 10 could be right there. It seems to be that the spawn point is the one that knows what the last thing was. Like, truly what the last thing was. Or at least in this case, spawn on the right side is the one that knows what the last one was. But I kind of feel like if I say spawn 10 at once, then what we have done is created a sequence of 10. The next sequence of 10 follows that, and the first one in the sequence of 10 pairs with the first one in the next sequence of 10, and so on. We could just make that assertion that because it's a sequence of 10, they line up. Like, we can, for the time being, we can declare that to be true. What do you mean a spawn between timer? So spawners have two things. They have a frequency and they have a spawn count. So frequency is how frequently, I'm using the same word, how long do I wait between doing a spawn? Spawn count is how many spawns do I trigger once I have started spawning. So this is the gap, and this is how many at once. In the case of spawn left and right, the gap is the distance between columns right now, and the count is how many rows. So I think our follow the leader is still on track. what we need to come up with is a pattern for spawners to say, once I have spawned one, this is how I keep track of targets. So upon coming into existence, this is our we're ready to spawn for the first time event. We could So we create a collection that is of a size to contain every entity that we will spawn each tick, each frequency trigger. So if I have a spawn of 5, or spawn count of 5, then this collection would be 5 large. And they would be indexed by integers. So it's, in this case, 0 through 4 would be our order. Whenever we create one, we subscribe to the removal message for it. But this is where it gets fiddly, is we would need to then go through and say, if I get a removal message, then I'm going to hunt through the int indexed collection and find the matching entity. It's not the index, it's the matching entity. And I'm going to pull that one out if it's there. If it's not there, then I don't care. I unsubscribe from its message and we continue. When I create a new entity, I look for a matching index. If it's not there, we do nothing. If it is there, then we give that entity a message that is, this is the last one that was spawned in your sequence. All of our current behaviors do not care about that. But the hypothetical follow the leader behavior would see that message and say, okay, I'm going to record this in my this is my leader one. Follow the leader doesn't really have a targeter or anything like that. In that it exclusively interacts with the leader. It doesn't tell any subsequent behaviors or targeters that its leader is the target. It just moves to the leader. Could we do this as a target daisy chain? Yes, we could. But that's not really what's happening. A target is much more of a... I mean, we could. We could, but that's going to create real weirdness. Do targeters even get the message? They do not. Okay. It has to be the behavior that gets it. So targeters are a different thing. Follow the leader is something that cares about the last one to spawn in a particular way. Okay. And this isn't just a one-off. This could be used elsewhere. We could also, each time a spawn happens, we could tell a spawn point, this was the last one that spawned for you. When you are doing this spawn, you may need to take into account that this was the last one. That would allow us to do things like introduce pseudo-randomness. Is say I have a lightning strike style ability, something that won't really exist for us. It can, but under the hood it wouldn't. But let's say I'm picking a random spot on the screen. I don't want to pick something close to the last spot. If I have the last one, I can say, okay, not near that one. Or at least, don't pick that one again. That's not really the case, though. No, that would be handled within the spawn point. Is it remembers what its 10th spawn was in this sequence, and that spawn was a position, not an entity. The spawner cares about the entity, and it would tell the entity this was the last entity in your family line, more or less, that existed. Okay. Okay. Everybody following so far? So this is, it's kind of an array, but not really. We can just use a dictionary for it. If nor. Entity. Last songs. I can totally type today. And we can pre-size this thing. This doesn't really matter, but it's technically more efficient. Okay. So we're going to check for a prior spawn. If it exists, then we're going to send the message to it that says, to this new one, this was the prior one. Then, again, if it exists, we're going to detach from the remove events associated with that one. We don't care if it lives or dies anymore. It wasn't the last one. Then we are going to say we're going to track the remove event of this new one. And then we do the rest of the stuff. So first, let's just get this little bit in here. EI spawn remove. This is a minus equals. Spawn dot remove plus equals that. What? It was trying to be helpful. It was legitimately trying to be helpful that time. For loop for is less than that is equal to the entity, then we are going to say get rid of I and found is equal to true. Not found and not a for each loop, so we're okay, but this gives us a bailout condition. Once we found it, we remove it. And that will be independent of this. So we're going to need a new message. Let's get this saved in here. Get this. Okay. So now we need another message. Where did I put those? Behavior, no. We moved it outside of entity. Messages. Godot. Does nothing except exist. That's fine. Just making sure. These are created on the fly. Okay. Okay, so this has an entity. And we have that, and we have entity. That's it. This can be null. It's fine that that's null. Actually, we wouldn't want it to be null. We'll save time if it's not null. But we don't really care. Spawn. Message. Not 100% safe to do it this way, but we're doing it this way. It is technically possible that this message could result in this entity being removed. But it wouldn't be removed until the next behavior chain anyway. So, should be fine. So then we need a behavior. Let's get this recorded. Okay. So now we need a behavior that cares. Follow the leader. Behavior, it is in this. Go again. Okay, for this one, we actually need all of the bits. Bounce these methods from it here. Copy constructor. Now we need a handle message. Process message. If last entity spawned message. Okay, so for the purposes of this one, we are rolling with the idea that if there's a leader, we negate the motion of the entity and instead override it with our own. We set a vector to the leader and return it as a movement value of 1. We get a unit vector to the leader. So it will follow that entity each time. Now, we could also say, at the time we get this, what is the leader's motion? But that is less certain. We don't know that the leader has started moving by the time we are going to move. So we're just going to say move at the leader. So we have a public float minimum distance set. Okay, minimum distance is the closest you can get to them. And then we'll be able to set a speed to them. But that would be handled by the entity. No matter what, this would need to have logic to increase its own speed. Okay, so we're going to say I can move extra fast to get to our minimum distance. And I believe I added a movement constraint to it that would not let this one, like its resultant vector, get too close. Yeah. A maximum length on it. So then we have a protected entity leader. No, first we are going to say leader is equal to last spawned message has a last entity. Okay. Why you know? Public. If. So we have two stages here. If leader does not equal null. And then we do it again. In this case, we are going to say leader minus equals on leader remove. Dot remove. Okay, so if there's an existing one, we rip the event off of it. Now we override it with whatever it was, and if there is something there, we will subscribe to it. If there's a leader. This is leader.position minus entity position. So from the entity to the leader. We can just save some trouble here and do dot normalized. Leader times equals follow speed multiplier. We could mush that together here. Let's just do that. It doesn't really improve legibility for us to have multiple operations stacked up there, since we can do this cleanly line by line. I try to avoid smushing things into one line if it's not clear what each step is doing. So we get the vector, we normalize it, we extend it by the multiplier. Was that message? Add entity movement. Anything? No. Okay. Speed change. It is its velocity. Hey there, Mr. Bob. How you doing? And welcome. Maximum speed. Minimum distance. Doing pretty good. We got the new cameras set up, so and hopefully the other stream, the thing that was delaying the start of streams to the old time, and then the fact that the camera setup was stopping the streams entirely. But hopefully all of those things are gone. So we are back at it. So if there's a leader, then we're going to move to that leader no closer than the minimum distance with a speed multiplier in place. Another reason that I need a globals kind of like these are the constants that exist kind of thing is I need to be able to tell what is the basic distance unit. Right now that's 96. But if I decide to change that, I need to be able to have that ripple through the system. It's okay to change an individual thing by changing its kind of basic speed unit fraction. But if I were to say change the size of the screen, or if I change how quick things move by default, I want to adjust that accordingly across the game world. If I change the base resolution, but I still want the same approximate motion across the screen, I need to change this. You know, if I were to say this 2D simple sprite game needs to be defaulted to 4K resolution, then this needs to be a much bigger number if I want to cross that proportion of the screen in the same amount of time. But for now, hard coding. This will surely cause us no problems later. Okay, so now we have a movement type that is called follow the leader. It can be loaded in to each one of these. These are just float values, so I don't need anything special. Put an unnecessary JSON ignore here, just for consistency. And now we need to add these, so we have minimum distance is equal to copy.minimum distance, and that, yes. Good IntelliSense, you did what you're supposed to. Okay, so now we need to add that movement in. So we go to our movement set. And we're going to have movement follow the leader. We'll just do follow leader. There. I have minimum distance and speed multiplier. Minimum distance, we're going to set it to that default. And we're going to say you can move twice as fast as normal to catch up. Actually, you can move super fast to catch up. But right here, we have to have This gets tricky. So we're going to open our entity here. Okay, so currently we have the ability to add, but we don't have a clean way to clear. And there's nothing intrinsic about the way that they move that would let us preserve things like height changes. Oh, but we don't need to. We don't need to. Hey. We need to add height change into this. It's okay for the height change. Let's see how we're doing on that. Let's look at bounce. We could have it be a hard pull toward it. We could just have it snap into position as well. That it just says my height is now what the leader's height is. Because there's always going to be a snap at the beginning in this scenario. Okay, let's just to difference between the height. This is what we would have to change by to get to that. Then divided by 2. So it'll cover half the distance each frame, essentially. It will very quickly snap into position like this. The times delta happens no matter what. Okay. That here. So now we can add follow the leader to each one of those. Okay. It gets message, we update it. If we get a leader remove, then we're going to update the leader to null, which will be, if we have to remove it, we unsubscribe, we set it. If it's actually there, we subscribe. Okay. Now we need a way to negate prior movement. I'll need to come up with the same way 96 is the basic, like, on the ground movement speed. I need to come up with a standard. What is the normal height change speed? So the upward acceleration by default, what is that? So that I can apply that here. This should work. So we have a movement that is follow the leader. Is there a maximum height change? There isn't. Okay. That's fine. We'll leave that there then. So now I'm going to go into our spawner. We have movement fixed left and right. That's okay. So now we're going to add more behaviors. And we're going to get our movement one, which is movement follow leader. That puts you here. Okay, that's the end of their movement chain. Right now, what's going to happen is that they're going to just accelerate to keep up. They're going to try to move left, but they're going to move extra fast to keep behind their leader within 1 square. Nope, it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, they're still going to get dragged along by the... Oh, they're not even getting that motion. That's weird. This is saved. Follow leader. Minimum distance and follow speed multiplier set. And in our... spawner... we need to set the last spawn. Spawns dot remove I last spawns dot I to spawn. Leaders weren't getting set. Oh, wow. Okay, well, there's definitely a problem. It's much cleaner on your POV because it's only 30 frames a second up there. That is not the case down here. Okay, something's wrong. We have to add delta in here? I think we do. Several hundred times a second they were. All right, that minimum distance is not being respected. Nyom. Okay, negate all prior movement is the next thing we need to accomplish here. If there's a leader, then this is the only movement that matters. There's still zooming into position here. This minimum distance not being accounted for. Oh, okay. It's not minimum distance that we're dealing with. Okay. This isn't the max speed. What we actually want is distance to the leader. So first we're going to get this one. Delete. Note. If distance is greater than minimum distance, distance equals minimum distance. Nope. We can still do this. So this is how far we would move to the leader. So here is how far it is. It actually is. So we can say 2 leader is equal to 2 leader normalized times minimum distance. So this is how far we would move within this fraction of a second otherwise. If it's too far, then what we're going to do is set it to that distance. Let's get a vector2 direction is equal to this. Then 2 leader is equal to direction times that. If that's too far, 2 leader is equal to direction times minimum distance. There. It saves us duplicating, more or less duplicating that. Once more. Oh, wait. Okay. We can't move any further than minimum distance. And then in entity, when we're calculating this, max speed needs to be more than 0. So we're going to create the entity movement up here. So we have access to it. If it's greater than minimum distance, then here is where we set it. That's the farthest we can go during this process. Really. Not correct. This isn't what we're talking about. If so this is the distance to the target. Ooh, loader. Okay, to the leader is this. And our direction is to the leader normalized. This is as far as we can go. So then we have a float max speed is equal to 0. If leader dot distance is less than minimum radius, minimum distance, then we do nothing. Length, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. If it's greater than, we're actually going to move. So our maximum speed, float distance to leader is equal to 2 leader length. This is the fastest we can go. proposed speed is greater than max speed, then proposed speed is equal to max speed. Okay, we're getting there. Times proposed speed. We set the velocity, then we set the height changed. Speed. Okay. So first we calculate the distance to the vector to the leader. Then we get the distance to that, the length of that vector. If that is further than the minimum distance, so we are able to move, then first we're going to say, what is the furthest we can move? And that is the difference between the minimum and the leader, and the distance to the leader. So if we're within 2 of the distance, then our maximum speed is this. That is, within this fraction of time, we can't go faster than this. If the speed that we're proposing to do is our multiplier times delta. The assumption being that this will almost always be, well, this will be a positive number. It can be negative, that gets weird. We are going to avoid that in code as much as possible. We're going to attempt to mitigate that in code as much as possible. But in the interim, so I take my multiplier, which defaults to 1, it can be higher, and we multiply that by delta. How big a fraction of a second are we going with? The default for speed is 1 in these scenarios, coming out of a behavior. So now, if this proposed speed is faster than we should go, if the distance that would be covered in this fraction of a second is too high, we set that distance to the maximum. Otherwise, we say that the maximum is now 0. This is when we come over here that it matters. Because if proposed speed is not greater than the maximum, we don't need to set a maximum speed. If we're going to get too close, we're saying that the follow the leader is going to try to stop, is going to try to mitigate that, but otherwise we're not going to mess with the speed. You know what? I don't think we need to worry about that, actually. This is relevant, but this isn't. No matter what, it's going to say you can't move further than this. This one's going to try to intervene in that. So it will slow the projectile down when it encounters it here. Clear its movement. We get the height change in there. Does it work? I thought something was weird. Yeah. We're walking. Nyom. Okay, so this definitely solves much of this side here. This is still, you can see the log jam here that's being dispersed. We can still get anomalies. If it's sitting on something that isn't its leader, then it won't really catch up. So we can see if we break this chain here, the logjam stops. But it's when the leader isn't... yeah. There's some side effects happening here. Okay. So one of the things that's wrong is that the last spawn is not really the last spawn in this case. Okay. Follow the leader isn't going to work when we have a non-fixed line. So as I'm going down here, the leader is not that spawn up above. It's a new one down here. So for the purposes of a spawner, this isn't correct. Right here. We aren't certain that this is true. A spawner could emit or could reply with something. Or a spawn point could reply and say, this is number 3. Kind of thing. So we would need to have... we could either break this up into events, which could get messy. We could have a multi-return scenario. We could have output variables. So we could say toSpawn.position is passed in as a first param, and then also the second param is a number. That is, I am the xth one. So if the number is greater than 0, is non-negative, then we would say, okay, this one gets that value. because this one will the spawner remembers what the last one based on index is. The spawn point can tell you this spawn point is the spawn point for row 3 kind of thing. Which means the spawn point, this last spawns, would happen further down the chain. Okay. So we're close here. We're close. That's correct. Okay, so for this, we need to go into spawn points in general. So get spawn position returns a position. But what we want is that we can return multiple things. So we're going to have... Okay. So by default, we're just going to say -1 here. But the assertion now is if there is a leader, if there is a prior spawn, you have to say which one it is. So most of them are going to say 0, actually. So the last one is truly the last one every time. But this number might be different. There might be more iterations. So now we have to fix this. So we're going to get you here. Override. And we don't need to create position now. We have position. And we don't return position. And we... Can we do that? Nah. Okay. So we need to make sure that we're explicit about this each time. Spawn around player is a randomized thing. It doesn't have a last one. Same with spawn on player. It doesn't have a last one. As in, it kind of does, but it is whatever the last one was is the last one, is the prior one. So even if it spawns 10 in a row, the prior one is the last one you spawned. So each of them would daisy chain. Screen edge is now different, though. Screen edge is very different. I'm sorry. Screen edge is conceivably different. Okay, so it's not iteration that we're dealing with, because that is just a continuous toggle kind of thing. Or that's part of the toggle process. The current index, when we're going through, we're going to say index is equal to current index. So by default, that's 0. So when we start spawning, we say current index is equal to 0. We get all the way to the end here, and current index ++. So now, in our spawner item, our position needs to be handled before we do this. Similarly, we do U down here, actually. To position index. Output. So we're going to attach to the new one and keep track of when it's removed. That's universal. We're going to get its spawn position and index. So we're not doing I here. We're doing index. Index and index. Add index here. Okay, so whenever we spawn it, that's still the same problem, though. Oh. Maybe. No, the spawn point's the one that knows. Okay, but we can still do this. This will cause this one to bloat a little bit. Hey there, Zell. Welcome. Good to see you again. Okay, index is not current index. It's not a matter of what our current index is. This will give us a nice little error state to find that thing. Boop. Leave that because that's where we need to make the change. Okay. So then the actual index that we're dealing with is this one. This right here. Yes. Okay. What this means is first we're going to get the index. It's which row or column are we dealing with? This can make that collection very big, but that really doesn't matter because they are going to get removed. So we can just say that. Does it work? Oh. Real weird. Get those. We initialize position. We get our spawn position. This gives us the index. Does it contain the index? If it does, get the spawn, send it the message, and remove at that index. Then we add the spawner in. Spawn player, it's spawn on screen edge that we're dealing with here. Top of get spawn position, we are setting position equal to vector 0 here, and then we will update it accordingly later. Some sort of spin going on in there. The extra broke something. Pause. Spawn dot position is equal to position. This is like the follow the leader thing I think is good, but it's not 100% functional. You can see the log jams forming here. We have a weird hitch happening. Can the Godot editor spot what's going on there? Errors coming out of Godot yet? Okay, might just be some hitch in the C# debugging. 'Cause it's not like crashing out, but okay, to get it more graceful, you need to spawn more at once to account for the fact that you need them spawning far enough off screen to ensure that the player can't encounter them too far out. Love to have a good way of making them disentangle each other, but as much the spawn point is kind of what I'd like to know is, are they trying to spawn on the same spot? But even then, it's weird that they're getting stuck on the same spot like that. So this is a matter of getting them spawning frequently enough, or far back enough that it doesn't matter. But these are getting log jammed up. They're getting out of it, which is good. That's what we want. So getting it to where we could do a similar thing that says if this spawn point is too close to the last one that spawned, we would have a problem, but that's not really what's happening. It's that the spawn point is happening, the spawner is getting a spawn point that overlaps with the last entity spawned. So we could further complicate this and have the spawner put in the last entity spawned. So this is the last thing. And then the spawn point calculation could say, I don't care what the last thing was, if we want. Because this has a lot of potential, but it is making sure that we get the whole chain properly set up. Because to get this really working, the spawn points need to be adjusted more gracefully than they are. That is, I need to have the spawn points far enough. So it's a combination. It's I need to have the spawn points far enough out that the player can't exceed them. So if I'm walking this way, it doesn't matter. Oh, that shouldn't have been happening. They're already log jamming up, and it's just a slight... Like, that's not... They shouldn't have stuck there. Yeah, it's jammed up all weird right now. Let's do a quick purge. As soon as you start moving the spawn points around, it becomes a problem. And our question becomes, who owns fixing that problem? in the object chain. Because the spawn point is just calculating what the next position is given the logic. If I say give me 10 of these with the spawn count running, it's going to iterate over it and say give me 10 edge of the screen positions consecutively. So give me 10 right edge of screen positions with these limitations. So great, I have achieved those. So now I have positioning on them, and I potentially have the last ones. If there isn't a last one anymore, great. We're still okay. If there is a last one, there are way too many of them stacked up still. Yeah, they're piling up. If I step a little to the right here, I have a massive log jam happening off the screen. Where they're just kind of hanging out. Do I have some other logic hanging out somewhere that says if they're too far off the screen, just ignore them? Did I do that? Strange. These CUIDs are what Godot sees of the object. So yeah, we have a couple of problems in that some of the spawns that are happening are overlapping. The fact that they're overlapping is not useful to us in the case of enemy spawns. Like, I don't want them spawning on top of each other. That doesn't help us. With bullets, it's not so much a problem, always. We can't rely on there having been movement at all for what's going on with the last one. And we don't know, since we don't know about frequency, it's anything that we do with the spawn point might mess up the positioning. I could get all the spawn points at once and then calculate them accordingly, but what does that do for us? We're still down to the same problem. Alright, I think this is going to need extra thought in order to figure out where things are breaking down. So, I think we're going to stop for today and I'm going to have to consider this a little further. We might veer off and revisit this, work on some other stuff. Follow the leader movement is still useful. It's that we have a flaw in our spawn on the edge logic that is causing them to pile up. They're piling up even more so with follow the leader motion. We need some way to make it so that they... Twofold. For our purposes, I want to be able to have a steady flow of them. We might just have to abandon that, but figuring out what's going wrong with this, I think, is still necessary. I'm willing to ignore the I'm getting ahead of them so they zip to catch up kind of thing. I can just remove the zip and just have it say, you move at normal pace to catch up with your leader. So they don't zoom across the screen. So we could cover that by having them in like fixed amounts. But we also need to figure out how to build up the set of enemies without having so much overlap in them. Can I come up with a way to create that perpetual chain that doesn't have that blockage in it? And that's more complex. Our existing structure isn't great for it. So we'll have to see. Oh, but with all of that said, I hope you had a good time watching with us tonight, folks. It is good to be back up and running again. Our next stream should be tomorrow. Probably gonna just play a game tomorrow, give us a little bit more of a breather between now and our next bit of coding. We're probably going to be continuing to play Hitman unless something else comes up. Probably post the stream sometime tomorrow morning. And at that point, I will have decided. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. Those buttons do help the channel grow, so please push them. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships, bits, all that kind of stuff, as well as through Patreon, Coffee, Throne, those kind of things. Links to all of my channels are available in the link tree, in the description, as well as in my Twitch bio. All right. I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.